Konami's gonna help me.
Okay. Sheila 100 or level?
She is.
Should say so right there.
Her highest one is around 90-ish.
Well, which one is she going into as? Probably.
I don't know. She'll probably go in as the highest one she wants, but most of her stuff is 90. She'll be fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining. It's Thank you for joining on day 41 of Zelda Remembers Final Fantasy XIV. Last night, we got all the way up through the end of Hildebrand, and we were foiled because we don't have clemency, which is a way for paladins to heal themselves. And sadly, we were not able to solo it on our own, even unsynced. Today, though, we will have a little bit of help to get through it. We should be able to. So without further ado, let us get in game. So we will be, apparently the auto ad is going to run no matter what, so we're going to go ahead and let it run. So an ad is going to run, so we will we'll get into to the dungeon as soon as we come back from the ad. I hope a level 66 dancer can help me with this. Alright, we are we're back from the ad. Let's go ahead and cue. Well, we took down the first bounce. Let's go get the last one. I got you, Gilgy. Me? But away, huh? I was just thinking I was so smart to celebrate my victory. Enough exposition, now we fight like men, and ladies we dress like men. Blow. For Gilgamesh, it's transmogrifying time. Yep, sir, definitely better with one extra person. That way we could get the DPS we needed. The mightiest warrior to ever grace Eorzea stands before you, by which to mean I, Gilgamesh. Okay, you're set. Yeah. And let's take it out. Moon shower. GG's. That was certainly much better than binding him on my to seek that my full complement of arms would avail me not. No more hijinks on Gilgamesh, you have my word. The Treaty Blade, too, I shall return as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyway, I yield to you unparalleled Pusius. Spare my pitiful life. Thank you, Hinami. You're a gem. It's a chicken. Not. Ha! I lied again like a rook. Oh no. You can take that busty old blade of our care. I test for true power and not save whatever. Boy of light, you'll want to approve the opponent, but I want you to treasure every moment with your weapon. For as sure as day follows night, the hour will come when I claim it as my own. Till we meet again. Till we meet again, Gilly. Till we meet again. What ho, Zelda? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead me to them at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. We're good. The battle's already been won. That is triumphant news. Indeed, clearly the lessons you have learned from me have been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood. Worry not, my beloved associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen-eyed Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? We're literally in the forest, dude. We're literally here. Zelda, what news of the primal and the treaty blade? Remarkable. I knew the warrior of light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildebrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship at once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found an inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They're the greatest treasures of lost Zelda. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those who destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' name through the mud. And just how did you come to know of these lost long relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down. Nashu! Come on, girl. Come. Yeah, you need a nap. Come on. You need to go to sleep. There's an ancient scroll passed down in our family left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magical legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking of the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. Ah, what I wouldn't have given to see it. The ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation is this? The ring casts open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers a verdict true, as Amos' virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the warrior of light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." Legends differ as to what happens next, but I'll speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over there, friends. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinary. Over here, friends. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, and inspector extraordinary returns with tidings most triumphant. He does indeed. Behold, safe in my hand, none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yes, just like that, I swear unto you, then. My word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous. Hildebrand isn't a warrior of light, he's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the treaty blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light! Someone stop it! I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon! I don't think you get a choice of that, Ellie. And he's blasted off again! Scamardo! Well, I dare say that proved to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice has shone from the treaty blade, banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended, I must say. I never expected it to be quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much to use to us after all. Inspector, oh, Inspector, wait for me! Balls, Hildy. First you almost die at your poor mother's feet, and now you fly off to God's nowhere without even giving her a kiss goodbye. Yep, he left his mama. Oh, it appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildebrand, as it has many a Mandeville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be there to will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the Sylvan incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. Well, the treated blade is some 6 centuries old. After all, perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Belladia, it was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. I think I would see it with my own eyes. Something short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a girl's dream come true. He's Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector extraordinaire. A gentleman to the end, the bloody bastard. It is plastic up again! What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye. A curious scent wafting in on the winds from a far-flung land. Do I smell a case? Were not for me, my friends, for wherever the wrongs want for succor, I, Hildebrand, shall be there till we meet again. And we get the wind-up gentleman, and some tops and bottoms, and the most gentlemanly. And that, my friends, after this episode announcement, will be the end of ARR Hildebrand. Yes. Yes. Hildebrand will return? Question mark? Oh, there's a goblin in the sultanas, and it's dead. Not exactly. A little stronger. And there we go. I'll be there for you. With that, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, is complete. Let's go ahead and use our, test out our new emotes. Mandeville dance. Yes. Yes. Doing what only a Mandeville can. From the stoves of curses to Stanland. And we've got an ad coming up in 50 seconds, so we'll go ahead and run a good 3 minute, we'll just let the normal ad run while we do this. And then we have the most gentlemanly. Yes. the most gentlemanly. And we shall see you fine ladies and gentlemen after the break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. So, now that we have completed Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, what is up? What are we going to do now? Well, my friends, we have one DPS to finish leveling. You can see here we are Rogue level 32. So we are going to unlock Ninja today and level it all the way up to 50. So without further ado, we need to go to Limsa and we need to go and hit our level quests. We did complete all of the level 1, 2, and 3 hunting log off camera, leveling it up to 32, as you see at the well, as you don't see actually. As you can see here. As you can see here, we leveled up to 32 through our VR hunting log. We do need to repair our gear though. It is really, really low because we died a lot. So let's go ahead and find let's go find our repair person. Longer Minder, there we go. Go ahead and repair everything. A lot of this stuff does need to be repaired. Oh, also, a update on our relic book for Paladin. We are one book away from being done with the book step. I finished I finished all of the sword ones yesterday, and then I finished the first shield one today. It was a strength plus 2 book. and we picked up the last one. So all we have to do is get certain tasks done, and then we can start moving on to the next step of the relic. Now, as far as what is required achievements-wise for the relic, all that we have to do really is get the get one relic all the way up to max, and then for all of the other 8 relics, all we have to do is just complete the first step. That's really all you have to do. So that's what I'm planning to do on this character, at the very least. Once I figure out what I need to do to handle the the recording issue that I've been having, we can do all of them on our patch lock character, which I have a name for. But that is a subject for another time. Right now, we need to go do some class quests, because we have stuff we need to unlock. What's up, Jackie? Stabbers in your fambles. Managed to strap those daggers on without cutting yourself. Well, we're off to a good start, I'd say. Next, you want to get a feel for the weight and speed of your new weapons. I reckon those bleating cheats in the fields outside of Limstead should serve for your first lesson. I test your blades on a few of them lambs and slice up some rats and pupils for good measure. Mind that you meal them beasties one at a time, though, lass. I know you just served far worse in the past, but you're no dimper damper with them stabbers just yet. Says you. You do not know what level I am. But we'll go do your quests. We'll go do your tasks. Thank you very much. Let's go and eat a few eggs so we have some experience. Not a lot of experience, mind you, but hey, every little bit helps. Okay, so get out to Middleton Ocean. Let's pull up the row quests on the other side. Yep, alright, we are stabbers in your fambles. Oh no! Okay, we've got some CPs that we gotta call. No. We don't need the lost lambs. Alright, got all the lost lambs. Now we need the pupils. It's gonna be down here, of course. We're gaming now. Woohoo! Screwdriver. Alright, back to the pugilist guild we go. Get their dimbers and a damber. No, we don't want to go to the mist. Back to the Fisherman's Guild. And over to the House Dutiful Sisters of the Idlewives. Lord, word, my good man. Yes, we want to go inside. Thank you, thank you. When you're done with your milling, are you? You can never have enough blade practice, lass. In fact, I've even add a list of marks to your hunting log. Pick yourself against the wall, and you soon learn some new steps with your dance with the daggers. For your dance with the daggers. You must think of yourself as a dancer, not a bleeding butcher. You only need so much force to ram a short blade into the hilt. Precision and speed, and now we get the most out of your stabbers. Bulky armor will only have you plodding about like an ungainly ARR. So make sure you're wearing gear that'll let you move freely as well. Alright, get your blade work up to scratch, Zelda, and I might just have a job for you. And yep, the next one will be a level 5. It'd give us a new blade. Oh there, Zelda, I must say you're looking comfortable enough with those stabbers of yours. I reckon you're good and ready for your next assignment. Ordinarily, I'd stubby wids and let you get on with your work, but seeing as we only just dragged you out into the shadows, there might be a couple of things that what you ain't yet familiar with. Wow, this text is hard. Let's build on what you likely do know, and that's the fact that the Admiral, God bless her soul, has outlawed piracy in Limsa Laminsa. So why do you think there's still so many sodden pirates in this town? I'll tell you why. It's because there's still one way for them to loot and pillage without incurring the wrath of the law. All you need to do is apply to serve the Thalassocracy as a certified privateer. A captain with a privateer's license is free to terrorize the seas until the called goats come home, so long as he only targets vessels what belong to the Garlean Empire. Of course, considering how bloody vast the Empire is, there's plenty of looting to go around. Crews fill their holds with Imperial plunder and sail back here to Limsa to offload the spoils, and that's where this particular case went sour. See, this one crew got their fambbles on a Magitech device, a firing mechanism to be precise, but was rooked out of their hull by some heavy-handed codes. If you recall, that don't sit well with code. If you're bold enough to rook a pirate out of his dude, then you'd best be prepared for a visit from the rogues. Speaking of visiting rogues, Underfoot, over here, lad. Underfoot. I can see it. I want the pair of you working together on this, pass sentence on them code-defined rooks, and bite back that Magitech part. Eh? What's the last need be for? You're in charge of new recruits, ain't you? This is Zelda's first assignment. It'd go along and give her the benefit of your wisdom. Since when I was in charge of Onu... Oh, bugger it. So I guess we're to be partners for now. The name's Pemu Harimu, but most of me fellows call me Underfoot. They might seem a touch reluctant, but Paramu's one of our best. Just do as he says, and you'll get the job done. Okay. Alright then, me young rogue, seeing as this your first official outing, I want to be sure your dance steps are up to the task. With them short blades, you need to get them good and close to your mark, alright? But we ain't bleeding swads in shining armor, and the lighter kit we wear ain't much protection from a click to the hand. So if you don't fancy spilling blood and teeth, your best defense is simply not being there when your mark lines up to land a nasty cloud. Sliding around the mark for flank usually does the trick. There's some rum fun every rogue should master. Shade shift, clear your mind and trust in your speed, and you can leave an axe-wielding brute or a spell-flinging mage chasing your shadow while you bury your stabbers in his guts. Right, now it's time to put this lesson into practice against some of those Orale out over in Lenosha. I hope you was paying attention last, because those tentacles can pack a wallop. Enjoy. Alright. Let's go take out some Orale. Orale. And to the Tempest Gate. I think that does it. Let's go back. Odin. I think we got the hang of it. We got an ad coming up in 30 seconds. Probably run before we get back to the Rogues Guild, so I will see you back there momentarily. And we are back from the ads. Done with your practice then. Nope. Done with your practice then. Hehehe. The string of tentacles, sting of them tentacle buggers will soon teach you to stay on toes, eh? Now we've got your blood rushing, I'd say it's time to get down to work. First things first, we need to track down them addled codes that rooked that Magitech gadget. Might be as one of our rogues has heard something. The guild thrives on information, see? And we've agents scattered afar and wide with their glazes keying for their waddles to the ground. Let's pay a visit to old Latola one at the Drowning Witch. Ask for a weak ale and see what she gets. And see what that gets you. I'm not setting you up for a laugh, lass, trust me. A weak ale. One moment, my toast seems to be ready. BRB? Alright, back with my snack. Thank you all for being patient. Let's go speak with Latoan up at the winch. Through the app castle. Welcome to the Drowning Winch. What's your pleasure, miss? A weak ale. Never in all my days. I may serve some cheap grog in the winch, but not what was watered down. If our usual ale is too bold for your taste, perhaps you would like to order from me on the ground menu. There's quite a lot on offer for a customer with your roguish charms. Was there something in particular I could help you with? The trouble over that Magitech loop. It's not a settled job. The gang in question is an unusual group of former pirates calling themselves the Dainty Demolishers. They seem to be enamored of court dandy mannerisms and have a preference for seasoned garland machinery. They're also known for conspiring with goblins. Rumors say that the Demolishers visit a basement camp in the middle of the ocean to pinch their goods. And those goods generally take the form of Imperial technology. I imagine the goblins were rather pleased to take possession of a Mark 43? Yeah, I think that's 40. Yeah, 43 anti-aircraft cannon firing mechanism. Immune to steal the real ice back, and the trail leads to the goblin camp in Summerford. Summerford, eh? On your way, lass. Move me across the river from the camp, and we'll plan our next move. Yep. We be doing roguish things. Let's see. Out the Zephyr Knocking down Zelda. I've been snilching the action across the way there. No sign of the demolishers, but I did see one of them gambler coves stuffing the calling gadget into his backpack. I knew Latoan would steer us right. Alright, this is your chance, lass. Clout that gambler copy and grapple that device. Yeah, I've lost track of which gob it was, but I'm thinking that's a sod on the left. Just make sure you dance away from any bomb blasts. Twisting and dodging in the middle of a fireball might not save you from getting your eyebrows singed off. Okay. And then we hit him with attack. We shouldn't know that skill at this point in the storyline, but I don't care. That's the way, lass. That was not for me to do, but sit on me danders and watch. So you got the goods then? We got the number 43. Alright, this is the device, ain't no mistaken. Let's get back to the guild, eh? We still owe them demolisher bastards a million. But they'll keep for the now. Here, you should get you should be the one to deliver the prize to Jack. It was your hand that snatched it out of the goblin's paws after all. Captain, I say, something has perpetrated violence upon our goblin colonies, whilst we sought to wet our throats with fine libations. This will not stand. Captain, our Valleyfield salute has been pilfered from under our noses. Blast and bother, my blood boils and bubbles at the temerity of this affront. I know not the identity of these audacious buffoons, but they shall be made to pay, and pay dearly, with me, my fine fellows. Huzzah! Uh-huh. Maybe snacky. Very sneaky. Onward, my man, sir. Yep. You managed to grapple that fire mechanism yet, young Zelda? Uh-huh. It was like taking candy from a gobby. Ah, still in one piece too. You've done well for your first assignment last. You don't look like much, but that crew put their lives on the line to deploy this here bauble. They'll be pleased to see it snatched back from the ruffians. We've yet to do for the dainty demolishers, Jack. The job ain't over. You're right underfoot, it ain't. You break the code, you face the consequences. Oh, this is not at all what I expected from the inside of a convent. And who might you be, sirs? Your ignorance is understandable. After all, our schemes are always perfect, our heists impeccable. Shall I reveal our infamous name and drink in your delicious terror? We are the deadly, dastardly, and dictionally devilish. Quail before the dainty demolishers. Captain, I say, there's the louse who misappropriated our merchandise. I concur. She's the self-same simpleton whom we trailed unnoticed to this very establishment. Surprise, surprise. Now, my dear dandies, let's not be unpleasant. We should endeavor to resolve this distastefulness without resorting to insults or other less diplomatic methods, at least not yet. You there, yes, the clean-cheeked errand boy. Be a good fellow and fetch me your superior. One of your colleagues has committed a terrible crime against us, and we shall not be leaving until proper restitution has been paid. Oh, an errand boy now, am I? Tell me, Captain, just what kind of place do you think this is, then? This place? Why, I suppose it's some manner of convent, the one-eyed doorman named the Dutiful Sisters of the Idlewiser, some such. And you've yet to realize your mistake. Your fate was sealed the moment you dragged your sorry quarry across the threshold. Are you threatening me, boy? I'll have my fellows cut out that impudent tongue. We've exhausted our reserves of dainty today, lads. Show these fraudulent sisters how the demolishers deal with the upstarts. You still don't understand, do you? And one. There are but three sorts of culls the doorman lets pass: clients, recruits. God, spit! I'll kill you all! Yeah, Didn't your mom teach you not to interrupt the lady when she's talking? You'd have learned the third sort of cull is bollocks her brains mocked that marches himself right into the rogue's den. Yep. Rogues, but we're so careful. I heard tales of my pirate days, stories about the merciless wraiths who uphold the code. They weren't called rogues back then, though. The upright thieves they were, with knives in the shadows. You can't be them. You're just trying to scare me. Well, the captain of the dainty demolishers is not so easily cowed. To the hells with your deceptions. Huzzah, huzzah for my calling comrades. And he's dead. Deceptions? Anyone you make could be a rogue, Captain. Give it a clean-cheeked errand boy. He's still breathing. Find some rope and string out someplace in town. And now the job's done. What an introduction you had there, eh? Welcome to Linsa and Linsa's ever-churning underbelly, where the thieves shed their skins and become rogues. Yes, roguies. I'm not much for discussing the old days, but since it's come up, might as well clear up the confusion. It was back when piracy was at its peak. The coves that protected the cove were timber dambers, the best lads and lasses to be had from among pirate crews. And those lads had ads, and we will not steal from the rogues. So we will be right back after the ad runs. Alright, now that we've paid the rogues their due, let's finish what Jackie has to tell us. It bit back the goods that was wrongly bitten and came for the guilty under cover of doctrines. Upright Deep became the title for these codes that dealt in sanctioned stealing and milling. Come on. Come on. Come on, game. But it was only those that had cut all ties to the Buccaneer side, those accepting in the ranks, conflicting loyalties and all that. They formed their own guild, even their own way of speaking. And what was once pirates was pirates no more. Later on, when Merwip took the Admiral's chair, the Upright Thieves agreed to abide by her laws. We became the Rogues Guild to mark the change and altered our recruiting policy to accept venturers like yourself. But although the title is different, the job remains the same. Uphold the code, preserve the underground society. That's what spawned us. Just to be done with this assignment, keep the good work, Zelda. And you'll go far in the shadows. And all of that, we will get an upgrade from the daggers. But all of this is not good, so we'll just take 10. And, with our daggers. Next one. Fine evening to you, Zelda. And a fine evening it is for a spot of work, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. This time around, it seems some eager buccaneers scampered aboard a local merchantman and made off with a shipment of muskets. Now, seeing it ain't lawful to close from the Leviathan vessel to begin with. It ain't to begin with. The Yellow Jackets fell upon them daft coves before their boots was even dry. They caught the pirates right there on the docks, but the stolen boomsticks was nowhere to be found. Instead of a longboat deal, I'm thinking. That's when our guild was officially contracted to retrieve the goods, which weren't really needful, since the code would have had us on the job anyway. You don't bite the purses of your fellow dimensions and all that. So this is your assignment. Me and Natty Laugh, find out where them weapons went and bite that shit with back. Soon as the cutters has hit that merchantman are already rotten in irons, you needn't rush in with your stabbers and stabbing. I want this job handled quick and quiet, and I'm the perfect partner to show you how it's done. It's our red-headed cat girl. This here's for Kep, the Stray. Ain't no other rogue that can match her in the arts of skulking. A pleasure. There's some problem for Keb. You seem to be out of sorts. I'm bloody starving and I had one of them finger sandwiches set aside, you know. Those Eggfield tasters they make it Bismarck. But when I got back from me work, it was bloody gone. Uh-oh. That was with Keb's? I thought it was Underfoot's. Uh-oh. We'll just head out. You just head out on the job and I'll see if I can't turn up that missing sandwich by the time you return. Alright, Jack. And one more little detail you should know. The muskets was made for the Yellow Jackets' armory. So once it's all bobbed, you can hand the goods to one of the culls directly. We can start whenever you're ready, Zelda. I've had a colleague keeping a waddle out for aught that might help us, so I suggest you have a few words with her first. You find her at the hayline, posing as a fishmonger. At the hayline, you say? Posing as a fishmonger, you say? There's the last. Hello there, miss. You're carp and trout and lobster and shrimp. But I hear tell you've been looking for a special breed of fish. Long, shiny kind of what's bark will put a bloke on his arse. We don't sell that kind here, but you might try them foreign merchants. What was they called again? Ah, the Traders of Edge. They're from the South Sea Isles and are known for dealing in all types of nasty splitters and cutters. I would warn you, these folk ain't ones for questioning the source of their merchandise. In fact, they seem more than happy to pay for goods that come from below deck, so to speak. But if you're still keen to get your hands on those rare fish, then you best hurry to the edge merchant that's visiting Limsa. He's looking up to load up and leave the city before long. And just how he means to transport his goods remains a mystery. Though what with all the iron blades he's got nerves in his operation, makes it hard for a girl to get close enough to eyeball the competition does. I'll be sure to keep an eye peeled on your behalf, but it might be as you can learn a little more from the folk around town. Traders of Edge, eh? One of them merchants was staying in the city, then someone will know something to point us in the right direction. Trick is to listen without being seen. Be surprised how coals cackle when they think no one's about. We focus on places that see plenty of traffic. You didn't have the Bismarck, the Ferry Docks, and East Stalker's Alley. I'll try me luck at a few other spots. Then we'll meet in front of the guild when I'm done. Remember, keep hiding, keep quiet, and keep your wattles open. Oh, my wattles stay open quite a bit, the cab. See, I got pretty big wattles. Thank you very much. Alright, we're gonna need to get close and hide. Carefully speaking in a low but lively tone to a nearby customer. Approach him cloaked by your high ability and to eavesdrop his exhortation. Eric was hawking his wares to a customer. Quite an eye for quality, sir. There's a splendid range of produce from every corner of Eorzea. One simply cannot visit Limsa and Limsa without sampling some of the local specialties. Would you care for some especially sweet Austrian orange juice? Or perhaps a thin salt cod is more to your taste? Carol continues to espouse the virtues of his merchandise, but his impassioned urgings appear to have little relevance to your assignment. Okay. I don't think we need to hide anymore. Not for this lot. To the Bismarck. Diving Dubs appear distressed over some matter. Virtual all cloaked. Okay. Let's see. Diving Dub is grumbling in discontent. The sneer on that customer's face. You think you can command this skillet to cook more swiftly just to meet his pressing departure schedule? I don't know how things are done in the South Seas, but here in Limsa, folk appreciate that fine cuisine cannot be rushed. Come now, Dove. You must not speak ill of the patrons. Now, what's next on my list? Ah, another finger sandwich for the dutiful sisters. And they must be rather fond of eggs. And now we need to go to the ferry docks. Back to the Fisherman's Guild. Let's hide. He appears excited, appears distraught, murmuring anxiously. Curse my sense of duty. Would that I stayed at the winch for that extra pint instead of returning early. I didn't ask to see anyone being bribed, and certainly not my relief pilot. I wonder what the merchant was about. Smuggling, most likely. Should I report this to the Yellow Jackets? But what if I'm being watched? I could end up based down in the harbor. So somebody bribed off one of the ferry people, and was a little in a hurry to get his food at the Bismarck. Welcome back, Zelda. Hope your skulking went well. You might be an angel of death with the daggers, though, but any rogue that shuns the shadows is headed for an early grave. Sneaky Morgan knows about without risking a scrap or slip herself into the best position to ambush a mark. Once they've seen you, though, your rum fun is done. And this part of concealment and part of distraction, and you won't be disappeared on a cove, but already knows you're there. Alright, I'm done prattling. What you managed to learn from our buying merchant friend? Slipping coin to a ferry pilot, was it? And by what you heard from that chef at the Bismarck, this trader means to hop the twig and soon. That matches with my own findings. He's vacated his rooms at the inn and paid his dues in full. Being a merchant, we can be sure that he won't be leaving without his merchandise. So here's the plan. We wait for him to stack his goods on the pier, and you ghost and grab him in firearms. I'll get the job done quiet and under cover of darkness. But it never hurts to be prepared for the worst. Sounds like he's got a small army of sellswords on the payroll. I'll send you over to the Yellow Jackets and have them post call near Hawker's Alley. Way you don't have to have water bowl once you've bitten the goods. March will be along any moment, Zelda. Have you got your skulking boots on? Mm-hmm. We snacky. We're very, very snacky. You're not supposed to be here. I thought I wanted my Highlands to keep this headed clear. 1, 2, 3. There's one missing. My crate of muskets is gone. Dave, stop her, you useless suckers. What am I paying you for? Time to take out some people. I muscle. I muscle my butt. Then pass any rods that get your way and give them the gods good some yellow jackets. Walk right past them. We will not worry about attacking. We will just walk right past them. Because that's how we roll. Ah, these are the stone mustards. The quartermaster will please. Duty complete. Back to the guild. We were quite sneaky. That turned Harridan and Dove. Once you reach the Yellow Jacket, though, the merchant called off his blades. Wise enough to cut his losses, I'll give him that. So we're done here. Let's head inside and tell Jack the better news. I heard the sounds of fighting coming from outside, and how you whittled the cause of it. I thought we were aiming for subtle on this job. So that many squads, was there? But you got the Yellow Jackets what they wanted, so all's well that ends well, eh? You're on your way to becoming a first-class rogue, Zelda. The job didn't unfold exactly as planned, but you do see the value of keeping out of sight. Skulking might seem slow, but save you time and a fair amount of bleeding in the long run. Speaking of unexpected developments, I've got bad news for you, McCab. I searched high and low, but it seems some unprincipled cove has yappled your sandwich. There were not but crumbs to be found. No, my sandwich is a Bismarck special. Do you know how much I was looking forward to that meal? The belly's about ready to cave in on itself. It's a tragedy of the highest order, love. And you know I can't bear to see me rogues in such stress. So I gave on to put a special assignment. You should be back any moment now. With a freshly made Bismarck special finger sandwich. You do that for me? You're not japing with me, are you, Jackie? This ain't no japing matter. It's the guildmaster's responsibility to see that all his coves and morts are in their best on for the job. Jackie, there you are. Got that sandwich you ordered. And we will see that sandwich after the ad. Be right back. Yeah, well, it looks like Pyramid's back with the sandwich. And didn't the chef give me a waterful when she said we was in a hurry? Maybe next time you could think twice before you yap or fill a rogue so. Oh, bollocks. Jack, you eat my supper. Now, lass, let's not be hasty. There's a fresh new sandwich right here for you. No harm done, eh? You call it something that belonged to me, Jack, and I can't ignore the code. Yeah, the code. What's the ignore the code? You're having a laugh, aren't you, lass? Lass? Ah! That might be the swiftest string up I've ever seen. A punishment to fit the crime. Take a good long look, Zelda. The code exists to preserve peace in Limsa, to keep the alleys from running red with blood. The city's me home, and I'll draw daggers on any cove fool enough to threaten that peace. A pointed lesson. Let's head inside her. Your sandwich will get cold. Hey, do you mean to leave me here all night? Or at least give me a grand view. At least give me a grand view of the harbor. God's pissed these ropes are tight. And now we find ourselves indebted to the Rogues Guild. The Rogues Guild. Who this yellow jacket Lalafell? What's she all upset about? Impropriety of it all. Would that I could see them occupying a cell next to those demon pirates. I don't think she's happy. Into Sesame. Untravel. Ow! Them rubs so chafed marks for a bleeding week. I may have wriggled myself free, but that's the last time I let me belly do the thinking. And just think, the cab strung me up over an egg sandwich. Those codes what well and truly stomp with the coke get far worse. Keep up your training, lass, and you'll soon be handing out rogue justice yourself. And we'll take the kill. Goodbye. New weapons. We'll get the ribbon daggers. Ah, Zelda, just the mort I was hoping to see. You've got some nasty trouble brewing. Client's on his way, so sit tight and pay attention. Call it underfoot and the stray on this as well. Might be a right little rogue family reunion. Jack, the client's arrived. Our guest here has come from mails from command, with confidential orders direct from the Admiral herself, so you know this won't be a simple job. I'm afraid your guildmaster speaks truly. Just several days ago, when an emaciated man stumbled into one of our camps seeking aid. Upon questioning the poor fellow, we discovered that he had narrowly escaped a life of slavery. He claimed that pirates had raided his village, abducting him and many others to sell on a black market auction block. We dispatched a patrol to confirm the tale, found the village almost completely destroyed. It was a meager settlement without so much as a guardhouse. Thus did its unkind fate escape our notice until now. You'd think these pirates never heard of the code. Pillaging honest coals and dipping their wicks in the slave trade. They're headed the right way for a good stabbing. No, it ain't set down in so many words. The code's notoriously unforgiving against those who raise weapons against the weak. After all, the first pirates in these parts were culls that was fleeing oppression in the northern seas. You know your history, and you risk becoming what was you hated the most. So you a mock wrestling? That we do. From the descriptions given to us by the escaped villager, we've determined that these lawbreakers are members of the Uncharted Merchants, pirate group in possession of an official privateering license. It would appear, however, that privateering has been naught but a screen behind which to hide their illicit activities. One can only imagine how many other Levinston citizens have fallen prey to these wicked slavers. I hate slavers. And we let it happen right under our very noses. Naturally, the Admiral desires a swift resolution to this ignominy, but merely tracking down these poor souls who have already been sold has proven heavily taxing to our allocated resources. We could throw more soldiers at the problem, but that runs the risk of drawing the small folks' attention and inciting undue panic. Thus we come to the Rogues Guild for help. We ask that you eliminate the Jolly Merchants and liberate the villagers presently in their custody, and that you do so with the utmost discretion. Consider it done, and those nasty coves feel our short blades pricking into their backs don't enjoy a brief moment of regret when the code is rightly enforced. Alright, let's get to work. I'll be going after the Jolly Merchants myself. Underfoot, McCab, you two lend your skills to the Maelstrom's investigation, and see that you can see what you can whittle about the coals that have already been sold. Zelda, you're coming with me. I think you're ready for the next step of your education. Okay. Shall we get after these slaving cutthroats then? A client tells me that the Jolly Merchantmen set sail from Airport a few bells ago. Oh, aye, they might even board an Imperial ship or two. That's just some mummery they're putting on to amuse the Admiral's squads. I reckon the rest of the crew will be back in land looking to snap the shackles on a fresh herd of chattel. And to prove my theory right, one of them jolly bastards got himself spotted creeping about the rough bins in Lower Lenosha. There's a Banny Cove over at the Morby Dry Docks with the name of Swersons. Well, that'll likely know the full story. He's more of a shipwright than a rogue these days, but he keeps his glazes keen for the guild. Head over and have yourself a paddle. I'll join you as soon as like. Oh, the Dry Docks then. Betty. I know what you are. What can old Swarson do for you? I'd like to know about these bastard slavers. Undone Jolly Merchant slavers. Oh, well, that explains a few things. Let's keep an eye on the bustle about Dry Docks, you see. And I spied an odd trio off in the distance. It's roughing inside one of your pirates, I'd wager. He's prodding another along another bloke and his poor skinny lass. I've seen whip curs less miserable than the two being herded. Last I saw, they were headed south. If what you're saying about this slavery business is true, then the Jolly Merchant is not going to walk his charges all the way to market. No, he's like he had a boat waiting for him. And if I were a slaver headed south, my vessel would be hidden somewhere along the salt strand. Doesn't leave you much time. You said Jack was on his way, yes? You'd best go on ahead. I'll point him in the right direction when he gets here. The man said we don't have the time to wait. Gotta go fast. That's fast. That's fast. Source it came through for us, eh? Now, what do we got here? This one looks at Sharma. Sodden move, I told you. You peg-leg grandma hobbles quicker than you miserable sacks of shite. Maybe you need another thrashing, is that it? You already got what happens when you try me generous patience. I'm sorry. Please, no more beatings. We walked as fast as we could, but we need food and water. Then get in the boat and shut your traps. Be in bed when we reach the other side. This side? What are you talking about? Where are you taking us? Wait, are you challenging me or just playing daft? Could you keep your bleeding mouth shut? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Leviathan's scary ass. She's weeping again. Listen, we headed to airport, alright? That's where me and me shipmates gathered to take stock of the merchandise and decide what gets sold where. You see some buyers want only lads and others looking for lasses. As long as we keep these rich bastards happy, we'll make more coin than we ever did scrapping with the Empire's war galleys. Not that you care about that. I suppose what matters to you is that we'll be loaded onto the jolly merchant and sailed off to gods nowhere, and Limp's will be a distant memory. So if I was you, I'd fill that empty belly with one less big gobble of sweet Lenosha sweet sea breeze. Ha 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 ha. I'm so tempted to put a blade twixt his eyes here and now, but that won't get the job done. No, we'll let him guide us to his mates in Airport, and we'll mill the whole bloody lot of him. Jolly merchants will get there, dear, don't worry about that. They're gone. Let's hurry to Airport. Unless you have a quicker way, there's a ferry that leaves from Candlekeep Cay. I'll meet you across the water, lass. I, in fact, do have a faster way. It's called the Rides. Dun 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 dun. Zelda, that jolly merchant comes still with his captives, and they've taken a room under an alias. Hiding their operation in plain sight. Bold as brass, but it's an old saber's trick, see? Even if some cold recognizes the merchandise, only a single handler gets boned. The rest of the crew just whistles all innocent like while their mate is marched off to fry cockles. And you can bet they've threatened bloody murder for any prisoner that raises hue and cry. Patience now, lass. We just wait until we're sure that all these blackguards have arrived. Meanwhile, you better sharpen your stabbers. We got a busy night ahead of us. Ready for the job, then. Once the jolly merchants are all here, we'll ambush the sods and set their captives free. Let's do it. That ought to be long enough. I hope there ain't any stragglers. Listen close now, lass. The merchants are hot disguised as plain old adventurers and have settled themselves in 3 separate rooms here in Airport. How do we whittle which coves are the merchants? Easy, take a look at the daddles of Bingo Swim Cole over there. He's wearing lavender gloves, the exact same type that nasty sod that the Salt Strand had on. That'll be how they find each other in a crowd. Of course, it's also how I whittled where each of the bastards was staying. Just snilps the hopeless glazes of the company to keep, and you can be sure you found your mark. Here's the job all laid out for you. You get all 3 common rooms, mill the merchants quick and dirty like, and get those captives their bleeding lives back, alright? Oi, the storeroom doors are forced open. Some demon saw's been after the ale. Well, they can't have gotten far. Better get the lads and do a sweep of the port. Was that merchant gulping pilfered ale? You think they'd be doing their best not to draw attention to themselves? All things considered, bloody oafs. Now they got a swarm of yellow jackets buzzing about, looking for blood. They spot us wandering around the dark, and themselves feeling they'll act first and ask questions later. It'd be best then if the patrols never knew we was here. We slip in as sneaky as we can into each of the common rooms, and then use them telltale lavender gloves to identify their marks. Which an innocent coals of theirs mine, well, mine, so let's not try to stab any as we don't deserve it, eh? I'm thinking we should head out one at a time to better avoid them yellow jackets. So I'll let you take the lead after you, Zelda. And we will handle these coves when we get back from the ad. Alright, we're back, chat. Let's go get these coves. Can't let the yellow jackets see us. Get out of my face. Yeah, and I'll take you out. I'll take you out, sir. Oh, thank you, thank you. Alright, there's no more captives in here. Get out all quiet like. attack. There's number 2. Anybody up here? Trying to remember. Nope. Okay, we're definitely fine in here. And we got, okay, we cleared 2 rooms. Let's see, where's that 3rd one? Where's that 3rd room? Trying to remember. You're walking very, very quietly. Oh, okay, there it is. There's the 3rd room. Okay. Gotcha. And there is 3 and 4. Well, thank you. You're welcome, lass. That looks to be the last one. You didn't even need my help. Back into the shadows, lass. And no merchandise, and no fits, cuts in our property. And we did it. We got them cobes that them townspeople. Not a bad night's work, eh, Zelda? That's when we're taking care of them poor coals we freed. We haven't made sure none of the merchants were down like all. We and none of the merchants we downed are like to get up again. As for the Jolly Merchantman, well, her crew can expect a visit from Admiral's finest galleys. It won't be for tea and crumpets on the poop deck. But me natty lass, our part in this is done. Time to head back to the sisters. Excuse me, are you the ones who freed us? Aye, was there something else we could do for you, miss? Master Squads will take you home if that's what you're worried about. Oh no. I know, I just wanted to thank you. If I may, there was one other thing I wish to tell you. Once before you rescued me, that dreadful pirate was muttering into his cups. There was something about another raiding party that hadn't yet made it back. I beg your pardon? It seemed to be hunting for slaves in western Lenosha, and being so close to airport, I kept to assume they were out rounding up chattel until last bell. I just couldn't bear the thought of anyone else suffering as I have. Is there naught you can do? There certainly is, miss. You just get yourself safely home and leave this stray and pack of jackals to us. I'll pray for your success. Thank you again. So much for saving a victory pint. I'll send word of this development to Underfoot and the Stray. And some well-earned trade for the last of these jolly merchants. By the by, how's your throwing arm, Zelda? I think it's time you learned how to fling a proper blade. When you're out in the wide open roughlings, you often find the need to sting a foe from a distance. And I'm sure a canny lass like yourself figure all sorts of uses for a well-thrown dagger. Just keep in mind for when you hunt down the rest of them slavers. Yes. Roving daggers. And we'll get brass knives and moon. Still haven't caught up on gear yet. Those last few jolly merchant bastards will be cramped out somewhere in western Lenosha. Now, if I was a black-blooded, gill-grubbing slaver, where would I be hiding? There's naught to do to the west but the Saharan pools, and those bollocks of brain pirates no better than no trespass on fishback territory. And they won't want a chance running into patrols at airport. That just leaves us east. Flock? They'll be likely to be nestled down in the ruins out there amongst the dodos. That's where we'll try to pick up their trail. You head on over and snilch the place while I send word to the sisters in Maelstrom. Okay, let's go. There they are. Let's help these people out. Another solo mission. Love my solo missions. Thank you for freeing us. We've been tied up ever since those awful pirates snatched us from our beds. Those are some interesting looking dodos you got there, Zelda. No sign of the merchants though, eh? The leader mentioned heading over to the airport. He said something about there being no signal, and that was a signal that something was wrong. That left us hobbled here like lambs for the market. One of them joked about keeping the meat unsullied in case there was trouble. Let us flee this place before they return. You know, we're here to just settle and set loose our hard-won prizes, hmm? 'Twas the damnedest thing. We'd half a crew lodged in an airport, and not one of them survived the night. Done in by a couple of sneaky carrots that favored the short blades, they say. I'm supposing that was you two. Seems you're poke to pick with our choice of trade. I can't say I have much use for slavers, such as a place to bury me knives. Oh, and I wouldn't bother yourself with waiting on your ship to come back either. The jolly merchants are done for. You might have the right of it, lad. But then you wouldn't know the kind of coin 3 LT slaves like them ones will bring us. And I'll have a new ship and crew before the single moon has passed. Hear that, chattel? You're each worth a shining bloody fortune. And you've me to thank for helping you on your true worth. You know this bleating slod. In fact, why don't you step back a ways? These cubs are to learn the consequences of breaking the code, and discussion is like to get messy. Did you not think we'd come for you? You can try to stifle your victim's screams in the darkness, but the shadows are always whispering. Let's check out this dude. Oh, first rule, check out the mage. Now we'll take out your pole arm dude. Got this guy. And we'll take, let's check out these dudes. Got them all? Yep, we got them all. Underfoot is here. Get to Underfoot. Or at least I would if any bugger was left standing. That's a fine pile of parts. It's not for us to do. No scraps or latecomers. The last of me had a hunger. Damn right. I was hungry to put my dibber dabbers into some slaver coves. But we will not be rooking the goods from the ad. So let's let it play. Welcome back, chat. I've got a lovely black kitty in my lap. Probably won't be here for very long, but we'll see how long he stays. Yep, he's gone. Anyway, back to the grateful lady here. Thank you. I shudder to think what a horrid fate awaits us. Have you not helped us to escape? I knew someone would come. You just like the heroes in the stories. You always arrived at the perfect time and triumph over the villains. Do you think I could be a hero like you? No, I could be brave and strong too. I just know it. You don't want to be like me, lad. Listen now, me and those coves there were the ones what the scarefolk were afraid of. And that's because we keep the rules of the world for the world they live in. We don't care much if you shirk your chores or get into fights. But if you ever break the code and betray your mates, then that's when we'll come after you, no matter how far you run or how well you hide. Live your life like the hero you want to be, though, and you never need to worry about that. You two can stubble it all. Uh-oh. Little Miss Yellow Jackets here. I assume you're the citizens who were abducted by the Jolly Merchants? I'm Captain Malala of the Yellow Jackets. Count Maelstrom Commanders entrusted me with conducting you to safety. It's alright, lad. These folk will take care of you. Go on, you best not get left behind. Is there aught else, Captain? Word on a new job? A job? For me? For you? How patently absurd! Why, I'd rather hire a sewer rat to mind my larder. Was it during one of those jobs that you turned airport into a slaughterhouse? Dark age is this, and we must employ assassins to enforce the law. It was this continued dalliance with the underworld miscreants, such as you, that prevents himself from ever fully expunging the stains of piratical infection. Look at those weapons you bear. A civilized person uses such implements to carve meat or peel fruit, and leaves them at the table where they belong. Do you perhaps clench them twixt your teeth as you swing over rails like pirates you hunt? The fair city has no place for those who refuse to abandon their brutish ways of the past. The only champions of justice this nation requires are the valiant and forthright soldiers of the Yellow Jackets. Jack, what in the bloody hell is this Cole want with us? I've not the foggiest idea, love. Just smile and nod. I'm not come here to be patronized. I've come to put a decisive end to piracy in all its forms. Consider this visit a gauntlet thrown at the collective feet of the Rogues Guild. Heed well my words. Just before dawn this very morning, Maelstrom vessels stocked with provisions was boarded and looted by pirates. Much of the cargo was stolen, and that is vexing indeed. But it's the theft of 3 items in particular, 3 unique treasures of nigh incalculable worth, that most distresses of my martial colleagues. As for the brigands, they made well their escape, disappearing into the dawn mist along with their precious plunder. A rum tale? What's it to do with us? A challenge? I challenge you. A contest to reclaim these stolen treasures. Should my Yellow Jackets and I succeed in retrieving the greatest share, I shall formally propose the abolition of the Rogues Guild, Upon review of your achievements, the Admiral will surely concede that your unscrupulous institution has outlived its usefulness. I'll blow it out your waddle. A better ways to spend me time. Oh, do you now? This incident constitutes a theft against the nation of Limsa. Does that not violate your beloved code? If I'm not mistaken, you have no choice but rise to the occasion, unless of course you mean to slink back into your hole and abandon the fundamental precepts of your duty. Alright, you screeching, sure you made your bloody point, and you'll be sorry you did, I promise you that. Your paltry promises amount not in the face of my conviction. I shall not rest until Limsa is free of every last buccaneer, scoundrel, and yacht shadow-dwelling ne'er-do-well. Well now, Jack. But right now, we head back to the sisters. Back to the sisters. Ooh, fisherman's good. The fisherman's good. And let's go talk to Jack. See what we have to do about this yellow jacket shrew. Yeah, let me in. But we last time Malala's got some bollocks. And it seems she's done with all the whips of pirate stock. Don't keep Kyla Nicole's pulling the strings. She was right. The code's been broken and we've got a job to do. The sounds of it though, them cubs knew what they were about when they cloyed them treasures. They need you at your best. It's time you learned the art of old mugging. Rough up a call in the right way and you'll give up more than what you'd get if you just plain knocked him on his arse. Me and the lads will be busy whittling the story from the bitten baubles, so you're free to head out and sharpen your skill. Might even be as you'll pocket some extra blunt while you're at it, eh? And we'll take the bronze. Got some new daggers. Mug. And let's equip those new daggers. Been practicing your damn snap, Zelda, because we're about ready to run things around Captain Hall and her swads. Yellow Jackets have been pressing their investigations into the treasures that was cloyed from the Maelstrom tub. As you know, you got our own network of codes that don't miss none of the goings on about town. As for the sharp end of the job, it'll be you, me, underfoot, and the straight. Let's get down to business, eh? Let's do it. The cab's late to the feast, so I'll just make sure we're all on the same page for the now. When you get down to it, you've got two goals for this job. Buy back them 3 treasures and mill the cubs that cloyed them in the first place. You can be sure that the Yellow Jacket shrew will be doing her damnedest to beat us to the marks, and seeing as the fate of the guild is at stake, we best not drag our do-beaters on this one. I said we'd grapple them baubles before she's even lifted anchor, and give her a proper reason to rage against us rogues. You seem awful keen on this contest of all of a sudden, Jack. Well, there's the thing. I sent me a grievance to Dalasocracy was guarding the Shrew's challenge. But them paper shufflers don't care a whit as long as one of us gets the job done. So I figured I'd sail with the wind rather than against it. Besides, we wouldn't want to shirk on our duties and force poor Captain Malala to blunder about in the scary dark rooms, now would we? Now, very gentlemanly. Well, them's the cards that we've been dealt, ain't they? Now stow your quips and let's hear what you've learned about them bloody treasures already. The treasures. According to the manifest of the Maelstrom vessel, we're looking to buy back the Cerulean Star, the Silver Sorrows, and something called a Black Sarcophagus. Aside from the fancy names, I was able to whittle a few more details. The Cerulean Star, for starters, is a big old blue diamond that shines, well, like a star, I suppose. Then we got the Silver Sorrows, a pair of earrings that once graced the wattles of a Sultana of Ul'dah. There's a tale there, but one that don't concern us at present. Lastly, this black sarcophagus thing. I'm afraid that one remained a mystery no matter how much I poked and prodded. In any case, all three of these trinkets was recorded as spoils from official privateering raids. Now, as you know, pirates usually sell as plunder to reliable bits. Sometimes though, holding an auction is the only way to offload goods. But if this is too extravagant or just too bleeding rare for the average cold dealer. Our three wondrous treasures fell into the auction-only category. When the bidding began in Airport, the Thalassocracy weighed in with its ample purse, and made some unmentionable offers, then organized a tug for the merchandise to be shipped back to Limsa. And that's when our marks swooped in and picked their transport clean. I had a few wids with the Maelstrom sailors that survived the attack, and pointed the finger at the grinning curs. Problem is, not one call's seen higher hair of the curs, not to mention their bloody ships since the raid. Sorry I'm late, Jack. You'll want to hear this. So the cargo that was cloyed from the transport was just found during a routine inspection at the Lathagan checkpoint. Lathagan? Where the curs made landfall then? And what are the treasures, any mention of? Not, but that I've heard, but the jackets ain't done shaking out all the boxes yet. Then we better get eyes out there quick like Zelda. Underfoot, you're fresh for a run, ain't you? Come on, lass. I'll race you out to the checkpoint. Let's go. Okay, we need to go out to Middle Inertia. Gotta see what these yellow jackets have found. Let's go see what these yellow jackets have found. I want a race. You owe me a pint, Zelda. Japes aside, though, it looks like McCabe was right about the cargo. What I've been able to catch from the swats of the gate, it seems a peddler was boned for carrying goods that was known to be aboard that transport. The cargo poor side away in chains, but the cargo itself was still here. I saw a pair of jackets carrying boxes up that wooden ramp. I need to know what's in them crates. I get a feeling they won't open their cans for the asking. While this fool's challenge is going on. Do you think you can skulk over there and see if they found them treasures yet? Yeah. Gotta be sneaky. Two yellow jackets are inspecting the cargo. Discussing the contents. That's all junk. No diamond, no earrings, no bloody black sarcophagus. Looks like we'll have to lean hard on that skinny peddler to find them treasures. Sergeant says the merchant still are pleading ignorance. Claims he was hired to carry the goods to the checkpoint and not else. A pile of poodle shite. I'm guessing the pirates have split the cargo and try to buck at every checkpoint. Captain Lawless already given orders to double the guard and inspect every cart and wagon that comes through. Well, that's a thing. We've got an ad, so I'll meet you back at Paramount, at Underfoot over here. Be right back. And we're back. Let's talk to Underfoot. So they found not a value, eh? Benny. Thought we lost this contest or we've been properly started. But be that as it may, something don't add up here. Why would you order a coal to carry goods through the checkpoint? The smuggler's that daft, surely. And even if by some miracle of the gods you squirmed through the Doggery without raising a fuss, why'd you risk taking merchandise back to the city you just loaded from? No, there's a bigger picture here, and we need to take a step back to see it. Assuming the Curs hired this peddler to do their dirty work, there'll be someone in the shadows that's broken the deal. I just happen to know a cove that makes it his business to oversee these kinds of shady arrangements. Thing is, this black marketeer bloke changes his haunch depending on how the breeze blows. Quite literally, in fact. I seem to recall the navigator veil being shifted by a westerly this morning, so that put him Tillard's Rest, nice and close. Why don't we go and ask him a few questions before we head back to the guild? Come on. We got things to do. Let's fly. Pride myself on my memory for faces, but yours is unknown to me. Are you an earnest customer or an impulsive, inquisitive annoyance? I must be sure of your intentions. No, you please should flee. The dance is old, but the name is new. Put away your daggers, rope. I've peddled me wares to your kind since the upright thieves stalked the night. Speak, what would you have of this humble merchant? Still tormenting the colts, eh, Granddad? You come for information on a smuggling job. There was this peddler that was caught at the Latogran checkpoint, moving merchandise with the grinning curs. Put it innocence even when he had those screws put to him. You wouldn't know aught about that deal, would you? Every last sort of detail. Not a single grain of stolen sand passes through the shadows without my knowledge. But such prickly wisdom lodges tightly in one's throat. What have you brought to ease the pain of its passage? Spare me the theatrics, Granddad. Here's your usual purse. Sum is paid, the deal is made. May my answers sate your fickle hunger. Your hapless peddler was indeed innocent. He was but a beast of burden employed by associates of the grinning curs, and likely knew naught of his freight's tainted nature. A pawn, if you will, a convenient decoy. There are those amongst my acquaintances who specialize in providing such services. Ah, that's what I thought. The curs wanted that cull to get caught, and now the jackets have had a taste. They'll waste their time yapping every shite pie that comes through their checkpoints. Meanwhile, the real treasure's hidden away in the Darkmans, along with the grinning curs. Not the Darkmans, Master Rogue, the Mist. Aside for the traveling merchant, the curs associates have spent coin on another piece for this little game. A navigator, one who's practicing piloting a vessel through the Doxy Pool. The Doxies? Gods only know how many ships have sailed into that fog soup and never come out again. And that's where you say the curs have gone to ground? Now there's a trick that took some bollocks. Once their untub was sitting dimper in the mist, though, it would be easy to have those associates of theirs ferry the junk goods to Lenosha. Then the candy coves just needed to wait for the peddler to get boned and draw the glazes of the yellow jackets inland, and to strike now as soon as they learn the coast is clear. They'll flee for open waters. A fair appraisal of events. Now that you know the location of your marks, however, it will not be so difficult to track them down. The Doxy's Pool was once an impenetrable shroud, but ever since the calamity, the mists are far less constant. Narrow your search to the heaviest banks, and you'll soon uncover those who wish to remain unseen. But now a warning, to misconceal other dangers besides dogs you seek. Okay, the set may land you upon the chopping block. The chopping block? You can't mean... Seems I've found myself another lead to look into. You hurry on back to Jack and tell him what we've learned so far. Back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. And back down to the Fisherman's Guild. Indeed. About time, lass. He's got someone almost sent astray after what happened to Underfoot. I think he's looking into something. So marks are after the bitten baubles were snug inside the doctor's pool, eh? I'll not discount the old man's warning, but we may not have a better chance to catch the curs and grab them treasures for the ship right now, you, me, and Bakeb. I suppose we'll be needing ourselves a tub for the voyage. Have Wids with the Swarson. And see what the dry docks can spare us by the way of a ship and a reliable crew. Get your kit together and meet us there. To the dry docks. Alright, Zelda. Pulled in some favors. And there's a crew that'll get us close enough to scamper aboard the Kur's vessel. They'll be cramped up on that deck, but if we try to mill a whole lot at once, we'll soon find ourselves against the rails. So we go in quick and quiet and try to knock them off a few at a time. Alas, are you ready, eager to test the seal legs? Let's do it! Let's do it. Spooky. Right, no one's seen us so far. Let's get to work. Let's take an establishment, Captain. Those seats back there are yours. Follow me, Zelda. The ropes all the way about out here. Yep. You found it. Uh-huh. See how quick you are. Open the cage, it's a growler off its chain. Check out the kitty. Alright, we take out the captain now. And we got it. Yay! Jack, I found me one of them treasures. Unless there's another fist-sized blue diamond on board, it's gotta be the Cerulean Star. As for them other two baubles, I've tossed the cabins and been through the bowl ilm by ilm. There's naught else here. Well, we'll just have to ask all sweet like, won't we? Spit it out, Kerr. Where are we keeping the rest of your treasures? Ha! You think you'd spill me guts to the likes of you, rogue? Maybe you wouldn't at that. But what about this partner you're working with? OG? You don't need no partner. So you're telling me this was all your own idea? You woke up one day and decided to be attacking males from Craigsport right up the coast of Airport and disappear into the loving embrace of the Doxy's pool. Not exactly your style, is it? Grinning curs are too blemish famous for being a crew that turn their snouts up and profiteered in favor of keeping the old ways. You've only escaped the Yellow Jacket's grip this long by crawling on your bellies and snatching scraps that fell from the table. You ain't the type to sink your teeth into a Navy-owned vessel, no matter the price. Ah, well, maybe there ain't no profit in being cautious no more. The age of pirates is swift coming to an end. Merrill won't be stopped, not by a piddling little crew like mine. That's why we thrown in our lot with the executioners. The blue rock was just our share of loot and scraps from the table. Like you said, when we want them other trinkets, then you have to take it up with our new mates. One job at a time, lass. First, we need to take these stinking cobs out of their tub back to the docks. Well, let's get back. Putting aside the issue who gave the orders, there's no doubt that these were the codes that raided the mails from ship, not for a punishment which fits the crime. I was informed that a certain well-known pirate ship was spotted weighing anchor at the Warmby dry docks. Assume that this was your work. Ah, you missed all the excitement, Captain. But never you mind, Miss Cerulean stars back and Bob and our sneaky little families. And these must be the grinning curs. Degenerate fiends, how dare you ply your filthy trade in the Minson waters? How many innocent sailors are massacred that you might sate your vile avarice? Every one of your kind ought to be lined up and shot, unless the ball is the only answer for this rampant display of lawlessness. Whoa, he is there now. Alright, well, we will pick this up after the ad. Be right back. And we're back. Wait. Do you mean to just execute him here on the bloody docks? Let's take the buggers into custody first. Hand him over to you for lawful punishment. Satisfy the demands of the code just as well. You've already got the answers to our questions, so feel free to take them away. Do not presume to give me orders, rogue. You didn't manage to capture these villains and their ill-gotten treasure by employing unsavory and unconscionable means. Why, you're not more than pirates yourselves. These bastards ain't worth a true pirate's spit. The bright thieves were sworn to protect us from ourselves. Now they're just hunting dogs for the Admiral. Merrill yanks the leash and another buccaneer disappears. You rogues are traitors to your own kind. If it hadn't been for you. Alright, go on then. Blame me and the codes for your own failures. You knew what you was about when you defied the code. You knew that we'd be after you. We're done here. There's still 2 treasures left, rogue, and I mean to claim them both. I'll reconsider this contest of yours, Captain. Turns out this fish we're trying to hook is a shark, and it might just swallow you whole. Back to Limsa. Back to Limsa. Yep, let's go. Let me in. Benny, work on that ship, Zelda. First blood is ours. How'd you take to find at sea? There are few who could drop an opponent as quick as a rogue, but mind you, don't exhaust yourself just playing your blades at the tougher coves. And that goes double for when you have mates on your flanks. If you notice yourself starting to fly, there's not wrong with pulling back from time to time and staggering your attacks with each other to keep the pressure on. I've said it before, lass, I'll need you sharp enough to carve steel for what's to come. But this will be more of a challenge than even what that little shrew is bargaining for. Let's assume it occurs what's the line about the executioners. And the executioners are who I bloody think they are. Cooks you and me, though. I'm hoping the name is just some laughable coincidence. And the gear's still crap compared to what we already have. And there's level 33. Equip our new stabbers. And sweet sorrows. Oh, there's Zelda. We've a rough job ahead of us, and that's a fact. Matters are tangled enough with that Malala smort snapping at our heels. We've managed to grapple that first trick without too much fuss. Fighting back the mother 2 treasures there, that'll be a different story. Once the stray gets here, I'll explain what more to the point who we're up against. Alright, we've got 2 baubles left on the list. The Silver Sorrows and the Black Sarcophagus. Let's see where we're at. Oi, where's Paramu got to? Underfoot, he's still looking to whittle the tail behind that bleeding sarcophagus. We'll not be cloying that stickler until we've got at least an inkling as to what the bloody thing looks like. Treasures aside, I've been doing some digging on my own into these executioner allies of Vicar and Curse, and I'm afraid the name weren't no coincidence. Zelda, you've heard of the bloody executioners, I hope. Simply Curse was feeding from the famble of one of the nation's greatest pirate powers. This ain't no ordinary crew of cutthroats, lads. When Limsa Lamenta, within Limsa Lamenta, the bloody executioners were power and influence, second only to the Admiral herself. There was none too fond of Merriweather or her prohibition on piracy, and was only the overwhelming threat posed by the Gallian Empire that eventually convinced him to play nice aristocracy. But pirates ain't ones to play nice for long. Now that Gilfir ain't around to helm the ship, solidarity to bloody executioners began to show cracks. All the strongest captains and lieutenants began to form their own factions and were scrambling to claim the top chair for themselves. Of course, not Bloody Cove can agree with another on which way the executioners ought to sail. Along with these new factions, though, it's a group that's pushing to break free of the Admiral's grip completely. Turns out these reformists, as they call themselves, was the ones that took the grinning curs under their wing. Which means they got a possession of one of the last two treasures we've yet to cloy. Rumors around town say that even for executioners, these cubs are bloody and ruthless and not to be crossed. We should sit this one out, chat. Piss on the lawless contest. It ain't worth this kind of grief. We'll be inviting a wrath of a crew so large and dangerous that even the Admiral ain't keen on coming to blows with them if they ever came after us. Large or small, it don't matter. They built the cove when they hit that maelstrom tug. Aye, the grinning curs are paying for that crime, but we'd be poor sodden excuses for rogues if we let the real culprits carry on unpunished. I mean to see this job to the end, and that means biting back them treasures and handing out proper justice to them that deserve it. Jack. Listen, with all the infighting going on at present, us stabbing a short blade into one of the faction's toe ain't like to bring the whole executioner crew down on our heads. Besides, the reformist buggers are so far split from the main mob that they've been avoiding the city altogether. Now it's time we got to work, Zelda. You're to track down our black market contact. I said him looking into the Kurds' new allies a while back, so he should have some answers for us by now. The veil is looking rather southerly this morning. I'll put the old man and his haunt over Lenosha. Here, take the sack of blunt and pay a visit to the House of Styx. That's Kobold territory, if you didn't know. The old man bribes him with ore and has the biggest and meanest sods as bodyguards. Just be ready for your approach to be challenged. I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll be fine. Okay, we'll just go out to lower the inertia. And then we'll find more. Out the tip of skate. Alright, noted. Let's fly. Welcome to the House of Styx, young rogue. This excuse my hireling's enthusiasm for greeting visitors. I don't have any conjure some Now, have you any cumbersome baggage of which I might relieve you of? Relieve you before we begin our conversation in earnest? Here's your luggage, sir. Here's a heavy burden for one of your tender age to bear, but its weight is to balance the scales. The sum is paid and the deal is made. Let's balance the scales. The sum is paid and the deal is made. Let us speak of these reformists. This faction that's so wrong the code now seeks to peddle one of its stolen treasures, the earrings better known as the Silver Sorrows. The deal is set. It is said is set to take place at Costa del Sol to buy a money merchant for the golden sands of Zelda. The earrings will be out in the open, vulnerable. I would target the moment the transaction were I so inclined. Is the gentleman up there by the cabin appears to be, for he purchased this self-same information. Though he attempts to disguise his identity, his stench of a soldier yet lingers. I am not aware of one such as he came to learn of my existence, but I suspect he works for a certain yellow-coated captain. Gwahaha, brave she is, but foolish. Somewhat blindly into the underworld, and your groping hands will not save you from the blades at your feet. Sun shall be her fall. Back to Limsa. Anything to put on? No, we're still good. Come back, Zelda. What information do the old man have on them reformists? What kind of load his earrings, are they? To an old dog, no less. Can't say I'm surprised to hear the buyers from out of town. You won't find many Laminsons willing to melt coin on autumn codes you're selling. One of the dappest subsides will go about butting on this means to pull down the admiral. Eh? One of Malala's lackeys arrived at the house for you. How did they know to? Bah, them curs with Captain must have cackled during the shrews interrogations. We'll have to assume the Yellow Jackets know what we know. And that means we best get our asses to Costa del Sol right and bleeding now. I'll handle this one, Jack. You and Zelda can wait here for Pyramid. Oh, but Cat, what in the hell is she playing at? After her last, she knows this ain't a solo job. Who is the soul of the sun? The coast of the sun. What are you doing, girl? I told you to wait at the guild. I don't need... might be as good as extra Morton shadows after all. Jack has his mind set on punishing the executioners, but me, I just want to skulk in and claw them silver bits and skulk out. I reckon that if I could manage it with no one the wiser, then they wouldn't know who to come after. Finish the job without drawing daggers, you know. It ain't exactly true to the code, but the shield of the underworld honor won't stop them bloody killers from cutting mates, drugs, and send their sisters to glimmer. The guild's the only place that offers taking a pirate stray like me, and I'll not see it burned to the ground. Deal's about to start. Say the word when you're ready to head in. And we will do so after I run a 3-minute ad and do a little stretch. be back in a few minutes. Bene, bene, we are back. A little stretch break. Come on, game. There you go. Alright, here's what we know. Rich merchant will come over from Uldar, some old native master Gekaruju. Cova owns Costa del Sol. Gekaruju's taking his cards and dancing bells and burst off down to the beach, someplace, giving over the use of the entire resort to his friend. Seems she didn't want an audience for a bargain with the reformists. Which just happens works out well for us. We'll be waiting until they're busy haggling over price and snatch the sorrows and hop the twig. We'll realize all it's amiss. I like a plan. Well, let's do it. Let's do it. We'll be level 29. 29. It's raining too. Dad, the players have arrived. The reformers home counter and the old umpire setting up on the southeast platform. Rings ought to be nearby. Hang about. Who are all those other coals? It's just meant to be empty. I see some nasty looking blokes in old on garb. Are those mammoths? That merchant's brought along a whole bloody entourage. I've gone ahead of myself. I realize the job never be that easy. He'll have to mail a few of them bodyguards first, I reckon. You don't want to fight through a forest of blades should you get caught sneaking about up to the narrow walkways. Jack, I thought I'd tell your excuses, love. I know full well what you're about. You starting us going soft on us, though, and it'll be like losing one of my arms. I can't take on a bloody execution. It's all by myself. It's only because I got rogues like you and Underfoot and Zelda here that the guild can take the jobs it does. When our codes walk in the shadows, it's the bleeding pirates that do the trembling. Remember that, Vicab. We ain't some two guild robbers that piss their breeches when their daddles are caught in a honeypot. We're the knives in the darkness, and no bastard wants to go blade to blade with the likes of us. I see you've not changed your mind then. You need all the stabbers you can get, and the promised mine will be there when you need them. Better. Now let's carve a path to that platform and fight back to Mirrorings. Can't you hide yourself down by the docks in case the marks escape during the fight? Zelda, you and me are split up in the guards as we go. It's them puppets that concern me most. I suggest you crash them little buggers before they spring any rum bud. Creep in as close as you dare and then give them a good old clout from behind. And I ain't most of your original strategy, but that don't make any less reason. Once you're done with the first group, sit back in the shadows and move on to the next. Not to it, eh? I'll head over to the back while you start from the front. Head over to the back while you start in the front. Let's wrap this up before the jackets blunder and scare off our marks. And I gotta go help Jack. Keep it moving, keep it moving. Here. Let's take out the mammoth. Take out this self sword. And we got it. Goody complete. Rogues? No one mentioned all about rogues. What in the hell do you think you're doing? Conducting a business transaction on behalf of the bloody executioners. Do you understand what that means? Do you know what they'll do to you? I'm all frightened. Odd then that you're the one who's shaking. It don't matter to me who you work for. You bosses broke the code and we're here to collect. Those be the Silver Stars then. I'm sure you paid a caravan and coin for them shiny baubles, but I doubt they're worth your life. Let's have them then. Oh, wait, damn you. You should know that this personage is an extremely influential member of the East Alternate Trading Company. Surely you've heard of it. The threat of reprisal will not stay your hand and consider the political ramifications of interfering with a foreign dignitary. The Admiral will not desire to damage limbs and limits his relationship with Ul'dah. Yes, exactly. I'm very high placed in Ul'dah society. I have powerful friends who would not be pleased to you to mistreat me in any fashion. Seems sus, chat. And you must understand the Silver Stars are a historical treasure. The gift once bestowed upon Sultana Nanasha Nasha by her champion. The earrings were later stolen from the royal vault, and we lost all hope of ever recovering them. That I might so easily purchase them thus is a miracle. The return of these trinkets will be, that is to say, the sorrows must be returned to Ul'dah. Can you not look the other way for the sake of my nation's pride? You must think me some dull-witted thug. If this deal was being made on the behalf of your country, then why are you sneaking around and consorting with pirates? An excellent point. One might doubt your quality of character were you to continue with these feeble fabrications. You only need entrust those earrings to me, should you truly wish to see them returned to Ul'dah, that is. After all, 'twas to fulfill that very purpose that the Thalassocracy bid on the stars in the first place. A bit late there, aren't you, Captain? I think you'll agree this round belongs to us. On the contrary, my dear scoundrel, I made the winning move the moment I knew you were dealing with the merchant of Ul'dah. I come bearing an official order of seizure, authorized by the Admiral herself. You will not be harmed, but you must insist you cooperate with this reclamation of unlawfully obtained goods. Though Costa del Sol is private property, it nevertheless lies within the state-governed territory. Come along quietly, and we'll need not inconvenience Master Kekaruchi any further. These suspects will be taken into Yellow Jacket custody, and do not concern yourself with the Silver Stars. You're quite safe with me. Well, she wins this round. Bah, the hell's take that canary-colored harpy. We might as well have handed the things to him on a velvet cushion. I'll go find Underfoot and help him with his digging. I've still that last treasure out there, and you can be sure the reformers won't be giving it up without a fight. Aye, what you do that. Better luck to you, love. Ah, there you are. You left before the events had truly been decided, and I thought you deserved another score. The Ul'dah merchant has acquiesced to our request and surrendered the Silver Stars into our keeping. We've also apprehended the reformist accountant and will be holding him for further questioning. Oh, Bonin, an associate of the bloody executioners. You Yellow Jackets don't flinch from your duty, I'll give you that. And that's what's this I hear about you buying information, Captain. I thought you'd sooner die than associate with elements of the underworld. I will do what I must to stay ahead of this challenge, and that Musketeer's knowledge is vital to the case. It is true I might find his practices distasteful, but he's no pirate. It is a fading era of piracy which I mean to consign to the history books, and that chapter will never fully close till every pirate-owned spawned relic, including you and your guild, becomes a thing of the past. Valiant and forthright, these are the words by which the Yellow Jackets live. It is the manner in which we protect the lips of Laminsa. Sworn oath to the graves of my sisters that no more shall the innocent suffer at the hands of these savage buccaneers, these unrepentant killers. And a grand oath it is. Me, I've got my family's full just keeping the code intact. The code is a kind of oath too, when you get down to it, and since I've sworn to uphold it, I have no intention of stepping aside and letting you trample all over me and the codes. In fact, you'd be better off giving in now before matters get proper serious. I just say you're sorry, admit defeat, and we'll leave it at that, eh? Your audacity knows no bounds. I'm done wasting words. I shall reclaim the last treasure, and then I will look on victorious as your guild is dismantled book by book. Haha, that's a spirit, Captain. Just don't forget to keep an eye on them earrings. City's columns rose, you know. Keep the sorrows in a little bloody lockbox on the coral tower. But look away for a moment and one of them coves will bite them dudes right back. Come on, Zelda. It's back to the sisters for us. Indeed. Alright. After we turn this in, 2 level 30 quests, and it's on to unlock Ninja. Fun time. Then let's go to the rogue. We're almost ready to grow up into a ninja. A little taste of home, as it were. Well, after all that hard work, the shoe made off with the spoils. And as far as her damn contest goes, I suppose it makes us even. It'll be the last treasure, this black sarcophagus that decides the victor. Whatever the reformers are doing to keep it, Bob, you can bet your grandmom's teeth that it'll be some blade work needed before this job is done. Get yourself ready for a proper scrap, Zelda. All of it's still crap. Except for the dagger, which we will equip. Alright. First, level 30 quest. I was wondering when you'd show up, Zelda. It'd bugger me if you don't look ready to mill an entire crew of saws by yourself. And Betty that you are, because we finally uncovered some hard facts about that lad's treasure. Won't be long now before we clear the way in peace and put this daft challenge to bed. Alright, I've gathered the other codes for a meeting, so let's get down to it. Long bloody last, the black sarcophagus has given up its secrets. Underfoot, you some news source? Jack, I think half our troubles is whittling the truth into the lay and calling this thing nasty thing a treasure. Black sarcophagus ain't no Denver bauble. It's the Mark 51 Magitech mine, a bleeding prototype explosive that was bit from an Imperial transport vessel. And even though it ain't that big, maybe the size of a small cargo box, they say the blast would have enough kick to incinerate a bloody behemoth. Seems that Garland's meant to start production at their factory in Lenosha, then distribute the mines through Castromere in him. Luckily, by some plucky privateer, pulled the prototype and root thing back. Then, an experimental weapon. That explains why Dallas Socrates was so bleeding eager to bid at the auction, and so reluctant to share the details with us. At least we know, at least now we know the what. There's still the question of the where. Cars still deliver their bitten goods to the reformers, that much is certain. What happened to the sarcophagus after that, though, we ain't so sure. There's been no reports of huge explosions or the like, so either the execution still have in mind, or they peddled it to some other buyer. The reformist faction came together out of their shared hatred for the admiral in her ways. I'm guessing they didn't employ the bomb just to sell it. What is it, Lonnie? A letter for you, Jack, says the surgeon. A letter? Who's it from? The old man. I found it while I was sorting through our daily deliveries. Let's see now. Come to Talos. I have urgent news. I've never known the old man to summon a customer. No one's seen him at his usual haunts for a while. So do you reckon this is some rum morsel he's dug up just for us? It could be. Zelda, you and me are to head to Talos. And to put you per cab, you're to take another stab at pinning down the location of sarcophagus. Go to airport and then just north. That'll be the fastest way. It's a trap! Oh no! That's what we did with our knives. Well, he's not alive. You're wasting your time, darling. We opened that Scraggle's wrinkled throat bells ago. Cost of bloody executioners and you get what's coming to you. Did you like our message? We wasn't sure you'd fall for it, but a little mystery goes a long way. Aw, no, don't be like that, darling. Me and my mates didn't have much choice when the boss says go play with the rogues. And then we gotta go play with the rogues. After all, we never asked you to come ruin our game, now did we? Don't give me no long-winded speech about the precious code. The reformist vision stretches far beyond what them tired old rules is good for. Once Captain Alsbeer takes command of the executioners and give us back the teeth we lost when we submitted to the Admiral's leash. There'll be the terrors of the sea once more, free to move and plunder in a new age of pirate glory. And I'll bathe in the blood of the sea that ye age come to pass. I'll kick down your shark-stinking code and have all your sneaky heads on a chopping block. Like hell as you will, the only sentence that's being passed today is yours. Well, who there, hello there, darling. Ain't you a fine-looking lad? I've heard all this prattle before. Free to pillage and plunder, is it? It all sounds grand, but you don't think of the price. That shite stinking code is the only thing that keeps your bloody codes from knowing one another. Without little Linson call home, you'd be drinking an ocean of quarrels. But if you're so keen to keep company with the dead, I'll be sudden happy to oblige. He was pretty with the gob shut, but I can see I'm out of me depth here. As much as I'd like to lop off the noggins, I'd have to be satisfied with dragging the two of you out into the wilds. Kept you out of the way, haven't I? Out with it then. Why, ain't it obvious? You stubborn scrags looking to swipe our new toy, and my job was to stall you. Captain is the mind with him right now. It's set to show the rest of the executioners what he's got the stones to sit in the leader's chair. And what better way to do that than executing the bitch that snapped the chains on our crew? He's targeting the Admiral himself, planning a blow to command room, ain't he? You've got me permission to panic. Of course, you'd rather steer clear of the city. I'd be glad to keep you company right here, sweetheart. We've got this mad mortar at our mercy, but she seems to be enjoying herself. I'd better drag her back to the guild and see what other information she'll spill. I'll need you to pack you back up in... I'll need you back in Limps as well, but you business at the foremast first. You should find Captain Malal at her post there. Forget about the sun challenge and tell her everything we know. Unless me judges well, I'll kill her. She'll do what needs to be done. Go fast. The Admiral's life is in danger. We gotta move. Oh, you want to Jack's rogues? You come to steal the sorrows, have you? Well, you shan't have them. As you can see, the sacred class are my very own. You're not here for the earrings. Admiral, you say? And you're sure these fiends are in possession of sarcophagus? You spoil more centuries at once. Do not think this avoids our challenge, rogue, and you can relay as much to your reputed guildmaster. Suppose you can thank him for the warning as well. Alright. One more quest. And we have all of the rogues quests done. Yeah! Let's go. So the jackets are on the move. Bennett. Been listening to the adult pirate cackle since I got her back to the sisters. She's giving us not what we already know. And we know more than enough. I say we really reroute the rogues and go after that mine before it blows up in our munds. Last one, claim victory. The leader of the reformists is Captain Alsbeer. He's planning on milling the admiral with a bang, then my guess is he'll be aiming to demolish the entire command room. You know the mizzen mast, eh? Tower that holds the drowning winch in the bulwark hall? The admiral's bridge and her command room are right at the top of it. And then you got the district that surrounds the mizzen mast. That's the busy, bleeding heart of the city. Given the threat of an attack, you can't just seal it up in the blink of an eye and call the whole thing Bob. Try explaining the danger to the Coles that live and work there, and you have a frightened, stampeding mob on your fambles. Nay, lass, our only option is to have eyes snilching every approach to the tower. I'll put the word out as many codes as I can and spread them through the streets. Your job will be to cover the aft castle. Just wait and see, Zelda. We'll get this Alsbeer and his little bomb, too. Let's do it. Let's save Limsa. Gotta go save Limsa. Level 34. Well, right underneath that marker. Dude's still drunk. The fog picked a grand night rolling thick. So make things interesting. Our presence on the street is far too thin. Or the reinforcements I ordered. My apologies, Captain. There just ain't many more soldiers to spare. The bulk of our forces has already been assigned to guard not only the Admiral, but a number of high-ranking personnel as well. Unacceptable. What will Commodore Raynor be thinking? Are there dangerous criminals stalking the city as we speak? Call in squadron posted from the outpost if you must. I want to see our security tightened and the populace properly protected. Captain, we can't be certain the pirates' plan hasn't changed. We consider the possibility to switch the target outside the walls. It would be folly to weaken those defenses. You made your point, Sergeant. Return to your post. Once all is lost, it's far too late to question what one should have done. You seem troubled, sir. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Ah! I'm dying to meet you, lass. Keen set eyes on the bold yellow belly that cost our crew a fortune in Uldon coin. You're an executioner, one of Azimtir's men. Yeah, straight too far into words you don't understand, lass. Your eyes are fixed on the light of justice, leaving you blind to the chasm opening up at your feet. Ooh, not good, not good. At least they'll say you died with your boots on. Yellow Belly won't be bothering us no more, Captain. That's running mine. The lads will have a palm in front of the winch by the time you get there. Good. Not long now before we drag that bitch Admiral, Pretty Tower, and all their simpering crews down to the bottom of the sea. Then I'll raise our flags on the ruin of the mizzenmast and lead our brethren to return to the old days of blood and plunder. Which we will see what happens after the ad. We'll be right back in about a minute and a half. And we're back. But this is wrong, man. Should have not had that last bottle. Bottles? The wife's gonna kill me. Yes, what's that do? Not after the command room. They mean to bring down the entire tower. The mizzenmaster falls. The bridges will follow. Half the city will. Please, you must help me. Danger far greater than we. Bloody hell, it's alive. No. I didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing. Please, you must say a word. Yep. Someone must be told. You, how did you? A valiant and forthright weapon. You could hear that single pistol shot from Mom's away. Hard to guess what happened. Pope, the Yellow Jacket's on my way over. Healer will be along shortly. Benny, that means we've only one last thing to do. We've never been allies, but I beg of you. You must stop them. Save the city. Alas, you know you don't need to ask. Taking down Macos and fighting backwards bitten is our job. You all set then? Ready, Jack? Always. Indeed. We got a mine to got a bomb to get, and let's go call that sarcophagus and fit out here for a brand new coffin. Stay with our people. Yeah, like there's a whole bloody piece here. So you know I hate tracking down staggers. Got that. Got hit. Got a million and definitely. Let's keep in Code City. Okay. That's the black sarcophagus. You find those detonators. got 17 minutes to find all these detonators. Good turn, good turn. There's one. Yep, 60 seconds. There's the other one. I don't think we're gonna make it. Dang it. Okay. We need to find those detonators faster. Proceed. Cutscene. So that's the second pack. It is the third pack. So we've got 3 minutes. Okay. Get the first of those detonators. And there's our first one. Yep. And we've got the first one down. We've got in number 2. Okay, and we got one more. If I remember, it's all the way up the shaft. Okay, got all the detonators. And got him there. And we got it on the second try. Just didn't get those detonators fast enough. Status report. The mine has been disabled and the engineer should have it safely removed. The soldiers sustained no injuries in the battles, the reinforcements, but none were fatal. Also, the Admiral sends her sincerest gratitude. Look, there she is. That's Captain Malala. Did you a glimpse of Lamipsa? Are you recovered from your wound, Captain? We heard from how you nearly lost your life stuck in the horde of pirates and blowing up the mizzen mast. Big cheers to the Yellow Jackets and city we lost without you. But wait, that's not how it... Sergeant, what are the rogues? Did they survive the battle? I don't rightly know, Captain. All we found near the sarcophagus were reformers, either dead or strung from the rafters. Alive, then. It seems we're deeply in their debt. Captain, might have a silver stars from you now. We've been ordered to hand them over to the Commodore along with the black sarcophagus. Well, of course, they're right here. Earrings, I could have sworn I was still... Yeah, he wouldn't have. He stole them from me while I lay dying? The cad knew he was not to be trusted. Keep an eye on them, indeed. Should have known. We got 2, so you got 1. Are you sure about this, Jack? We could have closed the sarcophagus as well. Yeah, I think she earned it, don't you? It bothers you that much to think of it as a trade. If you ask me, they look a bit daft. Well, I didn't ask you. So the jackets ended up with the mine, and we got the diamond and the earrings, which means victory belongs to the Rogues Guild. Do you think Malala will leave it at that, then? Got the feeling she ain't done with her yet. I'd say we're done with the challenge, but you never know when our paths will cross again. We'll just have to see what Limsa's underbelly splits up next. And the city ain't ever quiet for long. Well, it's been a pleasure working with you, Zelda. If I ever need a trusted pair of stabbers by my side, I know who to ask. I'm off as well. Bloody starving I am. Don't forget to yoffle a bite when you can, Zelda. We'd best head back to the sisters, too, before the shrew decides she'd rather hear us crack cockles. That ain't work, Zelda. Be seeing you soon. Bene. Well, let's go turn in our final rogue's quest and become a ninja. Let me in, Lord. Oh, there's Zelda. It'd be nice to finally have a bit of rest, eh? Job never ends, but even a dimper damper like myself needs to breathe every now and then. And your venture mates must be wondering where you got to. That was a proper long assignment, but I'm glad you decided to see it through. You're proven to be a stalwart protector of the code, even if this ain't truly your world. When you walk back into the Lightmans, you'll have to find your own code to uphold. And when you do, you'll have the skills you learned in the shadows to help you defend it. Well, that's more than enough prattle out of me. The travels might take you far and wide, Zelda, but they're always welcome here at the Sisters. And section upgrade. It's about the same. Maybe. Oh, it's actually an upgrade. Alright. But we do not want to see it. Let's go ahead and take the gear set, the headgear. Alright, let's pick up the ninja quest. Peasants by day, ninjas by night. Ah, Zelda, keeping your stabber sharpened, I hope, 'cause I got a job to be done. And I reckon Dimber Damber will put the executions on the chopping block as just one to do the doing. My men have sighted some shifty types around Wineport Lake, not code-breaking tours so far as I know. And that's the rub. We don't know half as much about them as I'd like. They claim to be simple peasants, refugees from far-flung realm. I wonder who those could be. But I don't know many peasants that skulk about in the darkness as much as they've been doing. So long as they're not breaking the code, they can do as they please, but being who we are, it falls to us to look into the matter and make sure that it's all Bob. As my gut tells me, this may be our two-rope job. I've sent her to put on ahead. So pull out your best beaters cases, head to Wineport and meet him there. And we will meet him there. And right after the break, I will meet you all there. We can unlock the ninja. Alright, we are back. Let's get Ninja unlocked, shall we? Zelda, when Jack said he'd been sending one of the guild's canniest morts a long while from me, I had a feeling it might be you. Now, I'd love to tell you old Underfoot's already whittled the whole scrap on our friends, but truth is I've turned up more questions than answers. Claim to hail from the South Sea Isles, but me little birds at Mailpin's Gate swear to the last man that that's some piss-poor mummery. There's no record of any ships sailing in port. Looks like it falls to you and me to take a closer sniff, shall I? I hope you brought your sharper stabbers. I ain't no telling who were. Did you hear that, lass? Either old Underfoot's gone daft or some mort screamed out in for dear life. Someone tells me our little task is about to take a turn for the interesting. What say we go see what's what? Queer maid. Strange. Have mercy. I'm but a simple milkmaid. I'm not a single with not a single guild in my name. Rest easy, lass. My friend and I don't mean you no harm. Though I must say you got me curious. Just what in the name of the 12 happened here? I had just come down to purchase some supplies. No sooner had I walked through the gates than I was suddenly accosted by 3 burly drunkards who demanded that I handed over all my possessions. To my good fortune, it seemed the men had partaken a bit too heavily. When they saw the meager contents of my corn purse, they began to squabble among themselves. This fight ensued, and before I knew it, the 3 men were lying on the ground as you see them now. Sounds like the man has smiled upon you today, lass. Though I might suggest you be a bit more careful on your next visit. All manner of scurvy sorts frequent these parts, and you'll find that not all of them are blundering lackwits like your friends here. Thank you for your concern, good sir, and rest assured that I will take your words to heart. Good day to the both of you. Well, Zelda, how did the girl's wit strike you? Mummery, I say. You too. I was thinking the very same. Squabbling amongst themselves. Just look, there's barely a scratch underneath louts. I'd waited this more to the rum docks and inches letting on. Come, let us go on the drag and see what you might be tiding. Indeed. Who that bird? Who that bird? That bird be mighty suspicious. I'm suspicious of bird. Not this bird. This bird good. That other bird that we saw just now. Kind of sus. And we'll take care of. Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of it. It's here. Jody, the money. Grab those shanks. Just 3. Where's our third one? Where's our third raptor? Where are you hiding, my little raptor buddy? There you are. So my plan is to unlock Ninja, level it to 50 off stream, and then once we get to 50, we'll do the rest of the Ninja quest line. It'll be a shorter stream tonight, but we pretty much got what I wanted to get done, which is getting Ninja unlocked. So let's keep going. And our right mess we've got here. Yeah, I reckon these codes got on the wrong side of our last. One thing's for sure, they're no mere peasants, and then you and I. Look at those stabbers. Look at those stabbers tells me as much. I failed. I beg of you, take this and return it to Master Oboro, to Lady Tsubame. It's too late. The poor sod's dead. As for this stone, your guess is as good as mine. A lucky charm of sorts, perhaps? Anyway, we just start moving our dubiators before the last gets away. The footprints lead in the direction of Upper Lenosha. You just gonna leave these dudes here? Okay. She hides behind a tree, as if that could hide her from me. Or this. Oh, it's a bat. She didn't really think she could fool me with those silly rags, did she? Or did she? Perhaps she's not as clever as we believed. And the mysterious savior rushes to the damsel's defense. Such bravery, such compassion, such folly. Little does she know the girl is more than capable of taking care of herself. And right on cue, Oboro the Dim leaps onto the scene to save his dear little swallow in the most unsurprising surprise attack the realm has ever seen. Cease your ramblings, Karasu. Bark with that tongue in your bloody beak. Yeah, our hero is wounded. Stabbed through the heart. Shot his friends stand before him, blades drawn and hate in their eyes. Oh, the tragedy of it all, the audience sobs. And what's this? A couple of bit players who've forgotten to leave the stage? Did no one tell them their part in this play is long since over? Miss me. Oh, and the faceless rogue shows surprising skill. Mayhap she yet has a role to play. I will say this much, and like a certain someone, at least you intrigue me. But other matters demand our hero's attention, and so the first act must draw to a close. Come, my pet. Wait, Karasu! Ever quick to retreat, that one. Two from Wineport. Did you follow me here? Beg pardon, miss. My friend and I are on behalf of the dutiful sisters. And you, sister, have some questions to answer. I've lived on the Underbelly Society long enough to recognize when a man's more than he seems. So make this easy for us, lass. Just who exactly are you? And what are you doing here? And here's hoping, for both your sakes, that it doesn't involve breaking no code. Oh, so you're the rogues of whom Lady Ugiri spoke. Forgive me, we were remiss in not seeking you out sooner. Very well, you shall know all there is to know. My name is Oboro, and she is Tsubame. We hail from a village in Doma, several thousand miles across the sea. We are, but perhaps you have no word for what we are. In our own tongue, one might call us shinobi. Doma, the imperial province. Same, though it did not have to be so. The countrymen fought with honor against the might of Garlemald. Though we lacked in number, we made up for it with martial prowess. It was a battle we could have won, had we not been betrayed by one of our own. Our every secret, our every move known to our foe. The tide of battle turned on the morrow. Thousands of our countrymen were slaughtered, and at day's end, Doma remained under the imperial yoke. Traitorous Kurd joined the imperial ranks as the chief of their covert operatives. And so they say, that is the man you just met, Karasi. God loves to call him the man. To this day he whispers in the ears of Garleans, with a mockery of those who once called him friend and brother. But no longer we have come to Aoze at our village elder's behest, so that Karasi pays for his crimes with his life. Come to know a treacherous rook who blew the gab on his comrades. Sound like a right Bennett Cove. Consider all underfoot and breast. Forgive me, this land and its tongue are so new to us. Nevertheless, we are able to lure Karasu here. But more than a few of our comrades gave their lives in the effort. And now this, was their sacrifice or not? It be a soul crystal. Ah, you have my gratitude. When one of our kind falls, tradition dictates that we return their soul to the village, that it may rest with our ancestors. Wait, a fallen brother soul calls out to this woman? Could it be a sign? Are we fated to fight as one? I will make you an offer. We will instruct you in our art, the art of ninjutsu. In return, you will share with us your knowledge of this land, that it might serve us in our mission. Fair trade. But Abora, she's not Doman. She's not of the village. Yeah, but I am of the steppe. Look around you, Tsubame. Our brothers and sisters have fallen or gravely wounded. Today's failure makes it all too clear. You cannot hope to stand against Karasu, not without knowing the lay of the land. I can't say I'm thrilled at the prospect of losing a dimber damber like yourself, but hells, in my younger days I've been keen to try my fams at some of those techniques myself. And the more my waddles take in, the more these two strike me as Benner. And Benner folks, if you're keen to lend them your daddles, I'll not be one to stand in your way. If you would know more, come to the Dark Storehouse at Raincatcher Gully. We shall await you there. Okay. I know the place. You would have figured, eh? On the road, the choice is yours, Zelda. In the meantime, I'm going to head back to Limsey and report to Jack before he comes and gives me a good clout on the knob. Indeed. Oh, you want to play, huh? You want to play? Play with this. Come, Odin. We gotta go talk to Oboro. We gotta fully unlock and learn the ways of the shinobi. And so we meet again. Am I to take your presence to mean that you have chosen to accept our offer? Yes, excellent. Thank you. I speak not only for myself and Tsubame, but our entire village when I say that you have our profound gratitude. What I would tell you next, I would tell you out of the earshot of strangers. Bayakubu has been instructed to let only trusted visitors through the doors behind me. When he speaks to you, Ayame, you are to answer Kaede. You need not know what the words mean, only that they will grant you entrance. Ayame. Kaede. Alright, we got an ad. we will go ahead and run it, and then we will finalize getting Rogue and end the stream. Be right back in about a bit and a half. And we're back. Let's go ahead and finish unlocking. Welcome, Zelda. You stand within the provincial base of operations by people established in your land of Eorzea. It may not look like much, either without or within, but that's precisely the point. We'll find an ideal vantage point from which to observe the comings and goings of Colosso and his men without attracting undue attention to ourselves. My fallen brother saw you as a worthy inheritor to his soul. To honor his memory, I entrust it to you. Soul alone will not make you a shinobi. No, this will require training of the body and mind. The art of ninjutsu originated with our ancestors many years ago. Since then, it's been passed down with each generation, mother to daughter, father to son. We draw power from the world around us, the heaven, the earth, and the hearts of man, and channel this power into physical form. I'm told that this is similar to a concept of your Acer, was it? I must confess that Eorzean words and ways remain unfamiliar to me. How does one channel this power, you ask? Through the use of mudra and gestures that call forth each of these three forms of energy which I spoke. The first mudra I will teach you will call power from the heavens. We call this Ten. You are eager to learn, yes? Tune your soul to that of my fallen brother, and approach me once more. It is then that your training will begin. Okay. And Ninja is unlocked. Soul of the Shinobi awakens within us, and we learn 10. Alright. Now, let's go ahead and equip that soul crystal. Where's your soul crystal? There it is. And we will update this to a ninja. There we go. And if we look at our melee, there's our pretty little soul crystal. Anyway, that is where we are going to leave it for tonight. I will, of course, level up to level 50. And then we will do the ninja story. But until then, I welcome all of you back tomorrow, where we will continue the story. Until then, have a good night, and see you later. Goodbye now.